Give you all a number to call if you catch it. It will be in the packet. I already made it.
Base engineer for Patriot bases there in South.
All right, here you
You
go.
already signed your thing. You already signed it. I'm trying to give it to you again.
Nope, don't do anything. I'm doing all right. How are you doing? How are you? Thank you, sir. How are you?
That's mine.
Hey.
Hello. How we doing?
All right, here you
Doing
go.
well.
Gary Whitfield.
How are you, sir?
All right, here you go.
Financials from last, would have been from the previous meetings. Guess it would have been from May, April, May.
Yep.
Mr. Johnston, is there an extra packet that we can give to Commissioner Whitfield, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
want my name. Like, I'm gonna get me a name plate. It's blank. Is that me?
Make
I
you a
am
piece of
blank.
paper. Tell you what, watch me swap this. Watch me swap this.
All right. Shall I?
Yeah. I need to plug this up. Miles. See that yet?
That'll work.
Slam that a few times. Slam that a few times.
And that'll work. That'll work. Okay, I am gonna call the meeting of the Solid Waste Commission, to order. It is June 8th. Thanks, Larry.
Hey, turn that.
Sorry, just a second. Larry forgot to tell me to turn this on.
That's me.
That's it. It's June the 8th at 6:30. And I'm asking for our opening meeting, pledge, and prayer. Larry?
Let's all stand, face the flag. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let us pray, and before we pray, be sure to include the families that's involved in the horrific accident out on the interstate. It's a Countyans, Loudon Countyans, so I don't know all of the status on it, but I do know it's bad. So let's pray. Dear God and Heavenly Father, again we come to you asking you for forgiveness and blessings, God. We ask that you look over this family that's out here on the interstate. Put your healing hands down on their bodies, comfort them, and dear God, comfort the officers and the firefighters that are out there, God, working, because it does have an impact on them. God, we ask that you watch over this meeting, give us wisdom and knowledge to make the right decisions for our county. And these things we ask in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Larry. Next on our agenda, we have approval of the minutes of the May 11th minutes. So I'll give everyone just a few seconds to look over those minutes.
Madam Chairman, as I was not present at the last meeting, I will be abstaining from this vote on the minutes.
Do I have a motion for approval on the minutes?
Make the motion. Second.
I'm going to object to the minutes. I think there are numerous errors in the minutes, there are numerous omissions in the minutes, and I'm hoping that I can get my computer up and running so I can get the video. But I can tell you offhand that there are numerous omissions and clarifications that need to be made, and I'm requesting that they be rolled over till next month until we can look at those. You know, there was some.
We have a motion and a second, and this is our discussion on it. Pat, I will agree with you on that because there were some problems with the minutes. The video camera was not working last week, or last month. The problem with the video camera was first the internet, then last month it was simply the fact that TV30 said they did not have us on the government website calendar, so therefore they did not record us. I know that the ladies did not have the video to look back at and said their recording device quit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. The recording device quit in the middle of the
And I
meeting.
understand all of
So
this.
tonight, I brought my also voice recorder along with, I made sure that the video camera is working too.
One thing that I'd like to mention, you know, there were several things that we were going to be following up on. One was the questionnaire. One was the fact that Brewster's garbage service wasn't on the customer activity report, and we were going to get some feedback on that. And I wanted clarification on the customer activity report and the 14.2, which I mentioned to the attorney. So there are lots of things that I feel need to be in the minutes. There were important topics. Mr. Anklin brought the issue of the maps and the elevation, which I agree with. And I think it's important to memorialize what happened correctly. Thank you.
Well, and I heard you say that you would volunteer your video for that one so that we
When
can,
I get it, I will.
if you can get it to your
My
revider.
husband's working on it.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Do you want to make a motion to?
I
Are you
want to
amending?
amend the motion to roll the minutes over until next month, until we have an opportunity to look at the video and include all of the information that should have been in the minutes.
You don't have to dispose of the first motion.
Yes, we have to dispose of the first motion. So on our first motion was to accept the minutes. All those in favor signify by aye. Oh, well, I guess we better do a roll call on that one.
Well, can't they just recall, they just need to recall their votes,
Yep.
their motion.
Okay.
Yeah, this, Mr. Field made the motion. He can withdraw the motion at his
You want
pleasure.
So I'd like to withdraw the motion based on the information provided.
Okay. So I guess we do need a motion then, Pat.
I'm going to make a motion to roll the minutes over until next month, until we have an opportunity to include the items that were not included and also any omissions or clarifications.
Second.
Who's second? Art did? Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right,
For future reference, we get these minutes ahead of time, and we get them through Mr. Stevens. We can respond to him with any issues that we have on those
Absolutely.
minutes, and he can send that to be corrected or to add to them. So
Yeah, and I typically do that. Unfortunately, this is one where
you
we
can do
just,
that individually to him, so it's not a sunshine law
This one.
violation, that we can individually speak to Mr. Stevens regarding those issues.
thank you.
But anything that we find out of the ordinary.
And in this case, it was very out of ordinary too, because we had no video and the recording stopped also. So, We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay. All right. If we'll move on, I left off on my agenda here, but we do need an approval of the agenda that we have. And I would like to amend it to add to the agenda. So on here, I would like to add under myself to include a discussion about our meeting and the place we are being held. We have been asked a question by County Commission, and I wanted to discuss that with you.
I'm gonna make a motion not to accept the agenda as written, and I want to respectfully request that we remove time constraints from the public concern. I feel this is an important issue and it needs to be discussed. I've been going to meetings since the 1990s, and we've never had time constraints. However, if the board as a whole feels that we need a policy to address public comment, I believe we need to talk about it. You know, when somebody comes to a meeting and they take their time to research something, to talk about it, to bring us a concern about the mud or anything else, I think we have an obligation to hear them. Now, if they are wordy, I think that we can ask them to wrap it up or to hurry along. And I think that the people that come to the meeting, I feel are reasonable, and they'll do that. But we have to remind them, if they forget, they're taking more time than they should. So I feel that time constraints should be a policy, and the board as a whole should be discussing this in an open meeting.
Mr. Stevens, I believe I put in to amend the agenda. Do we not have to amend the agenda first with me and then?
Yes. That's
address
the
what
primary
she
motion,
has?
correct.
Okay, so,
So we got a motion to amend the agenda. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second.
and that was to amend the agenda for my
Yes.
first thing, which was the discussion under my name on our meeting place. So I will make that number 4 on there. All right. I have a motion and a second to amend for that. All those in favor signify.
Aye.
Those opposed. All right, we have another motion to remove the public comments section, to limit it to 10 minutes. We have a motion on the floor to remove that.
And no one will be allowed to yield their time to someone else, the entire two.
Number 3, you would like to take completely number 3 out except for items of public concern.
That's correct.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for that.
Second.
We have a second, or seconds. For discussion's sake, the reason that I decided to put the items of public concern and to yield for 10 minutes on here is due to the fact that we have a lot of things on here to address, and I do feel like public comments are necessary, but our agendas are growing and growing, and we have lots of things to cover. And there are several times that we are here for 2.5, 3, 4 hours. I have no problem with that, except for our meetings are getting longer and longer and longer. So I apologize if I have hurt anybody's feelings on this or done anything, but I feel like that we could make our points and move on and be able to do that within 10 minutes. And that would give other people time to speak also.
May I say something?
Sure.
I think that we could greatly improve our meetings and reduce the amount of time that we spend here if we are better prepared if we receive this packet 1 week in advance where we can look at it, where we can study, where we can ask questions. Sometimes we're being given issues or matters that we have absolutely no idea. And we're having to either read or to try to figure out what's going on, for example, the meetings. So I think that we can reduce our time by being better prepared. And I think having the packets 1 week in advance would be very helpful. We need to study these issues because they are important issues. And the decisions that we're making have to be based on informed decisions. So while I agree that we need to move the meeting along, I also feel that we have a responsibility to do our homework so we can encourage that process to work.
So Pat, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that our attorney's report, our cash activity report, our operations report, and all those need to be in a week ahead of time?
Yes, I would like the attorney's report written. Many years ago, County Commission actually did that to save time, so they knew ahead of time what the attorney was going to address, and they could be prepared to ask questions or do something. I just think that we need better preparation in order to reduce our time. Either that or have a workshop where we have the information ahead of time, we talk about it, and then at the other meeting, we actually vote on it. But we need a better deliberation process, I believe.
I don't think, if, on our packet, we don't have the attorney's report in our packet anyway. If you're talking about our packets, you're only talking about the cash activity report, the operations report, the annual progress report.
Well, I think
I don't feel like those take up as much time
but
as
the-
some of our other issues that we're dealing with.
Well, that's true, but under the attorney's report, for example, I imagine he was going to also talk about his discussions with Dr. Bacchus. So sometimes he is the in-between person that is gathering this information that we need to know about, and sometimes putting it down on paper may be quicker for us to see it and then come back and ask questions. I'm just saying that in the past, the county did it, it worked, and I think that we should try just being more informed when we come to meetings.
All right. Anyone else?
To drop back around, we're talking about taking away the 10-minute per person, right?
That is the motion on the
That is
floor.
the
The motion is
Correct.
on the floor. There's a motion by Pat and seconded by Art.
So now we're open for discussion of this.
Mm-hmm.
I think putting the 10 minutes on there is a general time frame. That 10 minutes is an appropriate time to speak. Other agencies, other committees do put time restraints. Doesn't say that at 10 minutes we're going to cut you off, because your questions could take longer than 10 minutes to answer. But the person who's addressing, the citizen who's addressing, having 10 minutes to discuss their issue, 10 minutes is a good long time to speak. But that's not including what we're speaking or answering. That's just them speaking. I think saying general, keep it 10 minutes isn't a bad time frame. That's respectful to everyone, other citizens included. It's just a general, to use it as a general time frame. Not necessarily that's all you can speak.
So you're basically asking the public to appreciate the time involved with their presentations and control it the
To
best
a
they can.
minimum of, yes.
And I think it'd be very difficult to set a time limit on that, but to ask for that cooperation would be very helpful.
Right.
Any more discussion?
I think having some reasonable guidelines for speaking is, to me, it makes sense. I think it's a reasonable thing to put out there. I think where we have complicated issues that somebody does want to address and may take longer than 10 minutes, I think
we
that's
had an
where, and
issue.
Pat's done this, where she's prepared some written material to pass on to people that, perhaps it helps explain a position, and I think having a recommended time frame seems reasonable to me, Again, it's a recommendation, it's not that we're gonna automatically cut somebody off at 10 minutes if they go over 30 seconds. But to me, I think it makes sense, and again, I think if the public knows that there's a time frame that we're trying to work in, again, if they have a complicated topic to discuss, preparing some written information, it might encourage them to do that rather than just speaking off the cuff.
But the motion at hand right here is to take it
remove
off. Am I correct?
That's
Yes.
correct.
Yeah.
Let's take,
Should it not be, if you want to change it and put it in a verbal exception limit, what you're talking about, Steve? I think that'll take another motion
Yes, I'd agree with that, based on the motion, not.
based on, yeah.
so the motion right now is just to remove this completely off the,
To remove the time constraints. I feel it's a policy decision.
okay. So that we have Pat as a motion, Art as a second. Any more discussion? All right, I guess we'll do a roll call on this one. Okay. Do you wanna,
Sure. Ms. Hunter?
Aye.
Ms. Bivens?
No.
Mr. Jameson?
No,
Stewart?
Yes.
No,
Sherman? Okay. No, excuse me, I'm sorry, I was
right,
trying to get my pencil over there. No.
no,
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Yes.
what was Steve's vote?
no,
No, so it fails 3-4, I believe.
Can the vote be restated, please?
The motion was to remove the time constraints from the agenda.
Right. And the vote?
It was vote 3 yes and 4 no.
And who is the third yes? I didn't get it.
Probably
Mr.
me.
Small.
Terry.
Mr. Small?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
I would like to make a motion that we amend that 10-minute limit
mm-hmm,
to say a 10-minute general guideline.
10-minute general guideline,
I mean, is that
a
correct?
10-minute guideline.
I think the onus is on the chair to facilitate the discussion, so, you know, you're gonna tell them that when they walk up the microphone, possibly that, you know, kind of keep it at 10 if you can, and play it by ear.
I think that was in mine too. I don't think it would be very good to the public for the chairman to, as someone is speaking, is for the chairman to interrupt them and go, hey, by the way, you need to wrap this up. We've gone 25 minutes into it. I find that to be more rude. I felt like that if you came in and prepared and you have something, then we're listening to you. I'm not gonna stop and say, hey, 10 minutes is up, you know.
So
Just
the
giving
motion,
them-
the motion is made.
Well, does there need to be a motion for it, or are we?
I would think you would have to, it's more of a
It's
policy.
a policy.
Right.
Yes.
I think the
So,
motion's appropriate, so we've got Ms. Bivens. Do we have a second for the motion?
I'll second it.
Any more discussion? So it needs to say guidelines.
A request of the public to keep comments in the 10-minute guideline.
And it wouldn't hurt nothing to put a piece of paper on the podium
Yeah.
out there. Remind it.
I mean, we've never turned away anyone's
No,
feedback
we've never
or
turned
comments,
away,
and,
no.
and that's not the,
That's
just to
not,
notify the public that if we could keep it in 10 minutes, it's very respectful for everyone.
so we have a motion to, to amend this to guidelines for the public at 10 minutes. To request that they stay within 10-minute guidelines. Public comments. Okay? We have a motion and a second. You want to do roll call?
Ms. Hunter?
No,
Ms. Bivens?
Yes.
Mr. Jameson?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Mr. Small?
Yes.
Mr. Field?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
I would like to state into the record that I feel this is a policy issue, and it was not brought before us, so there was a public discussion about this, because I think whenever the public is affected, they too should have a say about how long they speak or when they come. I mean, we've had people that were pretty upset about the mud, and I can't imagine saying, you're gonna have only 10 minutes to tell us, and who's gonna time them? I just object. I think policy should be decided in an open meeting where there's ample discussion. Thank you.
Is this an open meeting?
It is, but it was not on the agenda. It was just put on us for us to approve it,
Okay.
and there's a difference.
All right, I think we need a motion on our agenda with all the, now, since we've had all those, amendments to it. Because we've amended it twice, correct?
Yeah. We can take a motion to approve as amended.
Make a motion to approve as amended.
We need a second,
I'll second.
okay? All right, all those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
No,
And those opposed, no. One passed. Did you get that?
Got it.
All right. So now we'll move on. Richard, would you like to hand me some of the comments? Didn't you have the paper right there?
The Lone Ranger again.
Oh, yeah.
Brief comment on what you just talked about. I spoke with Henry Collin about exactly the same thing, chairman of the county commission. His theory or practice is if somebody comes to your committee meeting, did the research, did the data, brought you the results, they would let them talk until they were done. Now, I apologize for the last meeting where I may have been quite verbose, but I thought that I had two very important things to talk to you about. One of those was captured in the minutes. I brought to you TDEC rule 0400-11-01-2 that said if you change ownership, a change of ownership occurs whenever the ultimate authority to control the activities of the policies of the facility is transferred from one individual group or entity to another. A sole proprietorship becomes a member of a partnership, as an example. Corporations consolidate or incorporate stock transfers or sales when the controlling interest is transferred. You all got a letter last July from Santec saying that's exactly what they were going to do. It further goes on to say that thou shalt notify TDEC 90 days in advance. I call off for this to the chairman. I gave it to Ben last week, or last month.
Thank you.
If you're gonna put it in the minutes, you ought to put it in there accurately. Santec letter, July of last year. The particulars of this agreement entail a stock purchase by Republic Services for all shares of Santec Waste. There's no debate on that. They got ate up. Yes, they will be intact. As it says in the last paragraph, there will be no change in the people that we deal with. For 2 years, I'll bet. I know a lot about Republic. My son worked for him. He was an assistant general manager in the Richmond area. This is how they work. This group will be under a general manager. We need to know who that is and where they are. It's important. The second thing I talked to you all about was the drawings. I have 11 drawings that I've accumulated in the last couple months. And I even brought this one last time. That has been blown up. That gives you the elevation. Do we know from Santec, other than on these drawings, which are harder than all get out to read, what the exact elevation of the existing fill cells are? This drawing says 1,100 feet. At the intersections of module D, B, and C, right here in black and white. I got another one recently that only shows it at 1080. Point being, when you take these drawings and you Photoshop them down to 8.5 by 11, you lose all the pertinent information that's important to you all. What is the height that they're at? The permit gives you 1108. Bacchus has put that together in front of you 5 separate times. I'm sure he's gonna do it the next time we talk to him. Some of these drawings are his. It's important that we know what we're dealing with and when we're dealing with it, especially when it comes to the next 6.5 years. When this contract is over, and we need to decide what we're gonna do with this landfill. I would appreciate it if you decide to put a time limit on people, that you're gonna make people like me wanna tell you to go jam it. I spend hours doing this work. I think it's important, because this landfill affects everybody in this county. Where do you take the garbage after 6.5 years if you don't extend it? And I don't wanna extend it with Republic / Santec under the current conditions that you have, a 90-10 split. You're not getting the money. And it's your money. It's this county's money. We can't afford to be $8 million in the hole when this thing closes. I don't want to be here to pay it. It should be generated by the revenue that is currently collected at the site. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. All right, so we have no one else on our list for public comments. We'll go to the attorney's report.
Okay. Wanted to touch on a few things first in the attorney's report, and then I'll follow up with a little bit more discussion later in the agenda when we address the phase closure plan. But did want to let you all know that Chairman and I had a meeting with some of the representatives from Republic. Mr. Randy Dixon is here tonight. He is, and I'm trying to get the title right, Area Senior Manager for Municipal Sales in the Southeast area.
Yeah.
That's a lot. And so I'll go ahead and kind of briefly let Randy introduce himself and maybe say a couple words, and then I'll give a little bit more detail about the meeting that Chairperson and I had with them, and talk about where some of our discussions and where we might be moving forward.
I'll come up. Good evening, and had the pleasure of talking extensively with some of you and meeting some of you tonight, but, yeah, very appreciative to be here, happy to be here. We partner with a lot of communities like yours throughout the country, 2,400 to be exact, from a municipal county government type of relationship. That's what I do for the company, so I'm out of our Atlanta office. So out of Atlanta, we run all the Southeast, which is Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, and Louisiana, and Mississippi. And my role in that is handling relationships like yours from a municipal perspective. So yeah, we're a big company. We 36,000 employees, $10 billion company, 360 hauling operations. We operate 189 active landfills, so we have a lot of experience doing this. About 25% of those just in the Southeast are just like this: operational agreements, management agreements, lease agreements. So 212 transfer stations, 80 MRF recycling facilities, and we're working on 75 gas to landfill projects throughout the country. So got a lot of experience doing this. Yeah, we're a big company. The company, the division I came up in with this company is in Vidalia, Georgia, 12,000 people. It's my hometown. Republic bought that company in 1995, and we still operate it today. So we are a big company made up of local divisions, local people that are not going to change. So, you know, the idea is to continue this wonderful partnership with this wonderful company that is now part of Republic, has started here, and be just as good of a partner. Try to achieve it. Try to be an even better partner than they've been, and I think you'll see that from us. You know, this deal for us added several, you know, agreements like this, so we've been trying to get our arms around it, been trying to do our due diligence, do a lot of due diligence for 2 years on just the facility itself, but still going through, you know, operating. We're a month in, we're just closing the books the first month in from operating this facility. We're actually closing it today. We just finished up in the last few hours. So, yeah, we're excited. I want you to leave. You know, the goal is for you to leave here pretty confident in what you have, confident in what we're trying to achieve with you. We know where you are with some contractual issues. We know where we are with some filing of some reports, and I think I have some answers for that for you tonight. I may not have all the answers. Our engineering team is finalizing some things. Again, nothing should change operationally. You'll have 2 general managers that look after this area from a hauling perspective out in Chattanooga. You'll have another general manager out of our Middle Point landfill who's an engineer, who'll be over this facility, and then you'll have support from my office, which is a team of about 5 engineers, which will be helping us out with this facility. So a lot of expertise, a lot of support. You'll be super involved in your community. Very proud, you know, through COVID. You know, we're very big on people. We're very big on our people, supporting the communities we're in. $20 million that we spent giving our drivers gift cards to go into these communities and spend money at local restaurants. I mean, that's the kind of things we wanted to do through COVID, through hard times, and you know, our outreach is to try to touch the community and try to be involved in the community and however we can. So, a lot more notes on here. I don't want to take up a lot of your agenda through an introduction, but if you want to ask specific questions of me now or later, let Ben kind of finish through our reporting side of things, you know, whatever formats you want, talk later, whatever. I'm here, I'm your representative. You have my phone number, call me directly if you need anything. I report to our area president who makes every decision you could possibly make for this facility. So you've got a direct line into him and the decisions you make. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dixon, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Could you supply us with an organizational chart of Republic and how if, well, the people that you were talking about, it would be nice to have an organizational chart, contact, emails, that sort of thing that we have, that we can look at.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
As far as day-to-day contacts, nothing's changed so far, so still your local contacts are still the same. But I'll take that up to some higher levels to our office.
Thank you, I appreciate
to
that.
the corporate office.
May I ask one other question?
Yes, ma'am.
Not of you, but of Mr. Johnston.
Yeah.
There was a time when I didn't attend meetings, Mr. Johnston.
I'm right here.
Okay, sorry, you moved on me. And I learned your name, but I don't know what your position is with Santec.
Yeah, I am a corporate development.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Dixon, I'm Larry Jamison, just met you tonight. It's good to hear your introduction, but actions speak loud. And being supportive in our community, and I understand that, but there is some other stuff that our community needs. And as big a company as Republic is, I hope that you'll take a look into Loudon County and our fine cities and help us. Our present day contract that we're under doesn't benefit us, doesn't get us out of the hole. And I think that's worthy to note to you, straight on. It is a contract and we're obligated, but I think there's room for improvement, financially especially.
Yeah, and look, it's, we're always gonna look for the most fiscally environmental, and safety and environmental responsibility is number one, but after that, it's making money. I mean, after that, it's up for us to produce a revenue source that's good for the county and as well as good for us. And we're gonna look at every angle we possibly can to better what we have. And I know the conversations that have been had in the past, and we're aware of those, and we're working through that, and we've had conversations up to this point in the 1 month that we've been here about that. So, we're working through that piece of it now. Again, we do have different perspective on things, and we're hoping we'll find some efficiencies in operation, and we're hoping that we'll find some efficiencies in engineering or whatever it may be. But, obviously, it's a partnership, and it's going to be shared between us, and we're going to look at it that way. And again, yeah, we're under a contract, and we've been discussing an extension of that contract, and we're going to continue those discussions in the good faith that it has reached this point. And I expect that to reach a kind of a final point here soon where we can really dig in and make some good decisions going forward.
Good.
Randy, I'll ask a question in a different part of the landfill business in terms of the environmental footprint that landfills create and greenhouse gases and, air emissions and things like that. I'm just curious, Republic, from a philosophical point of view and looking at the long-term environmental consequences for methane emissions and things like that, what are you folks doing to put the best handle on that you can, and doing something constructive with the methane besides creating carbon dioxide with the little tiki torches?
So not having the engineering hat to wear and give you real detail, but I'm more of a hauling expert, but some interesting things we've done, the BMW plant in Spartanburg, South Carolina runs off of a methane system coming out of our landfill there. Got some landfills a landfill in Louisiana where we actually fuel fuel vehicles from the landfill that operate city services. So a lot of, photos, photo cells on landfills. We've got one of those sitting on landfills. So baseball fields on landfills. We've done a lot of different things. The gas capturing, it's constantly evolving. Ben's probably got a lot of good insight into that as well. Again, I'm no landfill expert, but again, I think by the next time we're in here, we'll have the engineers with us and your GM with us and then that type of thing, and I can give you better detail. But there's a lot of interesting things that are going on in research, and look, it's sustainability is one of the highest objectives we have, and being one of the larger landfill owners in the country, maybe the second largest landfill owner in the country. Obviously, we try to stay on the forefront of that technology and on the forefront of leachate technology and all kinds of things. We're constantly testing new technologies and things to be more environmentally friendly. And but I'll bring you I wish I'd have brought a sustainability report. I usually keep them with me. I brought my wrong bag, but I would love to. I'll bring that next time I come, and it's a good 50, 60 page document that talks about all these projects and things we're able to do. Electric fleets are coming. So it's a lot of interesting, neat stuff going on in our industry that we're excited about and excited to take wherever we can. So, and love talking about it. So if I don't have the answer for you, you know, we've got experts that can provide it for you.
So I think one of the things that, I think well, like, I want to speak for the board, but, I certainly wonder is, Republic is a big corporation, and clearly big corporations like running big landfills where they can. I just wonder, again, from a big corporate standpoint, what kind of things you can bring to Santec to, improve, environmental things or other things that the board might be interested in. And again, it's, at some level, it's a philosophical kind of question about Republic and how they're approaching things as we're moving forward.
Let me put some thought to it, and again, I kind of lean on, our sustainability plans and our goals as a company, but, I can take that conversation, we can take that conversation a little further and have a lot more dialogue on that. Again, I look forward to getting my experts in here, my engineers in here, and having some other good, technical conversations with them as well.
Mr. Dixon, I have one more question. One area of the contract that Santec flat refused to change was the 150-mile radius of bringing waste to the Matlock Bay landfill. What do you plan to do with regards to that? Are you going to be more aggressive about bringing more out-of-county waste? What are your plans on that?
Look, I had the conversation. I mean, obviously, volume generates revenue, right? You have to have that balance of appropriate volume versus, life of site and there's, our calculations of how you look at that's probably gonna be a little different of how we looked at that in the past. We talked about the 150-mile radius, and we really, at this point, haven't even considered what that looks like or what that is, but I think it's fair to give us time to look at what's in this 150-mile radius. Are there other partner communities around here that make sense to look at that balance of volume and revenue? Is it in our plan? No. I mean, I haven't even approached that from a growing volume or growing revenue standpoint, but no intent whatsoever to go out of state or expand at this point, expand the footprint of where we are. But I haven't really explored what's within this radius that might be beneficial for the county. And obviously, we have to see, what that line is as far as what it looks like from a margin perspective to increase volume this much. And we'll show you all that stuff as we run these models and look at it. And certainly as we work through this amendment to the operating agreement. But no, at this time, we haven't approached an expansion by any means whatsoever. I don't want to sit here and tell you that's not something we'll look at, but we will. We want to explore what the opportunities are within our current, available resources of volume. But again, we have different responsibilities, and we have to weigh that appropriately. So, haven't researched it yet, but we'll talk about it next meeting we're at if you want to look into that.
Well, I think that's an important issue for the community. They have echoed that year after year, time after time, so that is my concern also.
I think one of those discussions that we had talked about and that Aaron, who met with us too, we were talking about bringing in, out-of-county waste. I think there was a concern of it coming out of Nashville and it coming out. And that's what I think she's addressing too, because we have been told that, there's possibility that you're gonna be bringing from.
No, you pass too many landfills. I mean, you reach a certain point where you pass too many landfills to overcome a radius, and really that's it. Unless we're bringing it in on rail or bringing it in, I mean, once you start reaching certain distances, you have to look at rail, you have to look at, boat, that shit. But, we get a lot of, in the south, a lot of folks get waste out of the northeast. There's barges coming down, there's trains coming down. South Carolina, it's all over the place. Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, there's examples of it. But in this market, and I'm glad you brought that up, really based on Aaron, who did this deal. Aaron Evans, our business development guy who put this whole acquisition together. He's from Cleveland, Tennessee, local guy. He said himself, you pass too many landfills. So there's a certain distance where it makes sense and where it makes sense for y'all. And we have to relook at that, but I wouldn't see any substantial changes in what we can find and what we're able to, to bring across as an opportunity to increase the profitability of
as a member of this commission, I would ask that before you start bringing large amount, that it comes before this commission to notify us.
Okay.
Okay, you know, even Cleveland, Tennessee, Chattanooga, Nashville.
Yep.
I think that you owe it to us to
Fair.
come
Talk about it and
and talk about it.
be transparent with what we're doing.
Yes.
I have a question. You mentioned a sustainability plan and company goals, things like that. So at that level, do you have inculcated in writing somehow best management practices that you use across those different areas?
Yeah, in regards to how we manage facilities specific to landfill, yeah, I could probably find some, what do you wanna just for your own personal, information or something you wanna share with the community or?
I would certainly think that we would all be interested in that, and perhaps the community would be interested in that, but get an idea of the philosophical directions you push in the different areas. We are concerned, in some cases, about environmental issues, so what is your collective stance on that, for example?
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes, Richard has a question. Richard?
What's your philosophy on cogeneration? And do you have any, and where is it?
So what's our philosophy on cogeneration?
Do you have any, and where are they?
I would probably defer to engineers on that one.
Okay.
Yep. But I can definitely get back with you on that. I would not know of any examples.
The reason I asked that, Steve brought up the methane.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of methane coming out of Mount Montbend landfill isn't even enough to bend the EPA guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
As the last report that was submitted, if I'm not mistaken. So it doesn't generate enough to create a
Right.
gas plant.
Not enough volume, yeah.
But cogeneration is another way of reducing the amount that's going in the ground and getting the benefit of the energy that it possesses.
I will certainly, I will dig into that for you and, see what I can get you on that.
You mentioned that the Northeast does a lot of rail.
Mm-hmm.
Staten Island ships it all the way into Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
Montgomery County ships it 100 miles north to a cogeneration plant out of Covanta.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes up to York and
Yeah.
Richmond, or using transfer stations, and you seem to have expertise in transfer, is what I thought I heard you say, out of Chattanooga, right?
So we have one transfer station in Chattanooga, yes, that feeds a facility in Alabama.
Was that divested?
No, we had our own facility, there was a second facility there that was divested to Capital Waste.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You may have thought that I was a little harsh on what I said, but I've got a little bit of background on Republic, because my son worked for it for 6 years.
Yes, sir, I heard.
I also know one of your executive vice presidents personally,
Okay.
knows Arizona.
Mhm.
And I think you're a good company, don't get me wrong,
Mhm.
all right? I wouldn't be hard on these people as much as I would be hard on you, because you bring enough to them to make this place worthwhile. And I understand the landfill business somewhat. I'm not claiming that I have your expertise.
Yeah.
My son also ran the landfill for, down in North Carolina, one of the largest ones you've got, well over 300 acres. So there are a lot of things that you can bring to this group. And I think that you mentioned the contract. This contract needs to be reworked from ground up. This landfill's good for 50 years, if not more, and I think you know that.
Hey, I don't, I personally don't, again, my expertise is at a certain level, and I deal mostly with hauling and, from an expertise level, but,
Well, if you look at the footprint of this landfill.
Yeah.
It's been in business for 30 years. We filled 41 acres. It's 154 acres there.
but again, you know, hey, we've put our due diligence into this facility, and like I said, I think we've got some different ideas that you'll see within the next, you know, when our engineers are kind of through with our evaluation, and obviously that's transparent here for everybody to look at, and we'll get all of that out into the in front of you very, very timely and be able to make those kind of decisions.
I think Republic brings more to the table than the Santec could.
I hope we do. And again, that's what I said, I really do think that we're gonna bring a fresh perspective and some good ideas and some good technology and some good expertise.
That's not saying that Santec did a bad job.
We don't know, we think we purchased a
Don't
great.
think that
We
way.
do, no,
I
we've,
think you were a good company.
His name, he works
Thanks.
for
You just
Republic.
Appreciate that. No, we're very, we got a great company, great people, great facilities. We've been thrilled. The operations across, not all of this fell into my footprint. Some of it fell into Texas, some of it fell into North Carolina, some of it fell into Kentucky, which is my footprint. And it's been a successful, the first 30 days that we could have asked for. But,
And Richard, I will tell you that, Aaron Evans, he did say that one thing that Republic is bringing, they're bringing their engineers. They're bringing their engineering team, and they're not just sticking with Santec's old engineering team, that they have their own that they're bringing in, so.
And in-house plus, contractual,
Right.
outside engineers as well. I wish Aaron could have been here. Aaron really is the expert on this. He's actually taken a much-due vacation. After working on this deal for the past 2 years, he finally gets to get away. I'm sure he'll be here soon again. I hope I was a worthy fill-in, but again, this is my domain, the relationships with you guys, and bringing in the rest of our team and general manager and environmental expertise. You'll have all of us to talk to, all of us to deal with. Again, we're gonna be here, we're available whenever you need us, and you have my cell number, so anything between now and the next meeting, let me know. But we are working away at finalizing some things I know you guys are waiting on, and it's, I expect some very, very soon.
Welcome to Loudon.
Again, I'm from South Georgia. This is where
Close to home.
I cut my
Thanks,
teeth in the
Ethan.
business. So it feels good to. I was kidding with him. I've actually had to get out, and I've been doing this role for 3 years and hadn't really been out in the field a lot. And I've had to go in front of commissions like 3 times in the last month, and my knees are shaking. But anything else for me?
Is there anybody, has any other questions?
And I may just kind of wrap it up, kind of to let everybody sort of know where we ended up in our discussion. And we did have a good discussion with Randy and Aaron Evans as well. Kelly and I were there, and Tammy was kind enough to host us. We talked pretty frankly about where we are, and first and foremost, we talked about the financials. And that was just, that was the conversation starter, that the existing financials don't work, the share of the revenue doesn't work, our perceived liability and shortfall doesn't work, and we need to find a solution. We acknowledge that part of that solution and is more time, and that's where the extension discussion came in. And so we went through a lot of the components of where we were in the contract modification. We explained some of the background. We explained what drove that discussion. We explained, why we have to improve our financial status, why we feel like we need to eliminate the county's financial assurance obligation and substitute some sort of performance bond or other financial assurance. And we explained how this partnership can be more mutually beneficial going forward. So I think they have a clear understanding of that and what our concerns are, and it's from that perspective, it's black and white when we get our financial statements every year from the auditor and it shows a perceived shortfall. So I think they understand that. We talked about phase closure and closure obligations, and they understand the importance of that, because the more you close, the quicker you close, the less our liability is. And so that has always been a key part of this discussion and will continue to be a part of this discussion. We talked about out-of-state waste and talked about a lot of the same things we discussed tonight. So that is very much on the table as an important part of protecting this landfill. And we talked about everything down to the compliance issues, the mud on the road and engineering. So, I think we had a very good discussion. The way we left it is their in-house team, their engineers, their management are currently looking at what was on paper when we last stopped this discussion. And they very frankly said, hey, there may be suggestions that we have that are totally different than what we've looked at before. There may be other outside-the-box solutions. They're wanting to explore further some other financial assurance ideas because they said, the more money we can save on not spending on a performance bond every year is the more money we can share collectively. And so I think there's opportunities not only to continue where we were, but to maybe enhance where we were. Because like they said, Republic does bring some different attributes and components that Santec just didn't have previously from a size and engineering perspective, and there may be other ways to look at what we need. But they understand very much where we're coming from, very much what we need, and basically the ball's kind of in their court. They're going to come back to us in the very near future to talk more specific and get down into the details, and I hope we have an opportunity to get back into some of these contractual discussions and see where it goes from there. But I think it was a productive start. They very much understand our perspective and what we see as the significant problems with our contract and our financial status, and we're hopeful that we can work towards a more beneficial relationship going forward. So ball's in their court. They're going to get back with us, and hopefully we can re-engage in some of these discussions. And it may take a different path than it has over the past few years, given the new partnership. But that is to be determined, and we'll see. Any other questions about that process or the contract modification or those discussions? Okay. Had a couple other issues, and then we'll revisit a few things when we get to the phase closure plan. I don't know if we had an update on our clearing and survey work. Thursday.
They're starting Thursday.
Okay, good. All right, so we'll start to see that ongoing in the coming this week. All right, well, I'll defer and we can get back to the reports, and then we'll come back to phase closure here.
Mr. Stevens, what about my question with regards to 12.2, the assignment and subcontracting? You said you were going to get back to me.
Yeah, we looked at that, or I looked at that provision further. I've been aware of that provision. This is nothing new to me. There's a distinction in section 12.2 between an assignment and subcontracting versus what actually happened here, where we had a change in ownership of the same entity. This is not an assignment of the contract. Our contract is still with the same exact entity. They just now happen to be a wholly owned subsidiary of Republic. So our contract remains with Santec Waste Services. It was not assigned. It was not subcontracted. The liability still remains with Santec Waste Services. They just happen to have a new ownership as ownership group that purchased the stock of the existing corporation. So there wasn't a specific consent process because this wasn't an assignment or subcontract. They did have to provide us a notice, which they did. And
Where's
so,
the letter of notice? Excuse me, where's the letter of notice?
They provided a couple different letters. There was a preliminary letter before the transaction, and they sent a more formal letter more recently, and I can get a copy for that for the packet.
And did they inform TDEC about the acquisition? Because when I spoke to TDEC, they had not.
Yeah, that's a separate regulatory issue. That's not subject to 12.2, but that still is an issue that needs to be addressed.
Well, it's part of the regulations that we're still obligated to follow. So I would like to know from Santec or Republic whether you have notified TDEC of the acquisition.
I would most certainly say that TDEC has been
Randy's
notified.
Randy's shaking his head yes over
Yeah,
here, so.
as far as formal dates and just knowing what the document would look like or when it was sent, I don't have that, but let me follow up with you on that. But, I mean, we followed all state and federal guidance, DOJ, local, as far as filing. I just don't, I'll get back to you and see what exact document that might look like and what we would have on
Okay,
file.
thank you.
I did not expect that question, or I would have done some research before I got here.
Well, I had asked the attorney to look into
I'm
that.
sorry.
Any other questions?
All right, Ben, do you wanna go ahead with our cash activity report?
We do not have
Oh,
that.
yes, unfortunately, I got a message from Tracy Blair. I don't know if there was a mix-up or what, but, she apologized, she totally forgot, and she was sorry. She's been in several meetings, and she was in a meeting when she sent me the text. She did not realize that the financials had not been sent. I think what it was the way May fell and June started. I think that everybody had their days mixed up, and they didn't realize that today was the second Tuesday. I thought it was the first Tuesday. So she does not have the financials. She said she would get them for me. I will be glad just as soon as she gets them and emails them out, I will email them out to everyone else too. And I will make sure that they do go to the county building and in our records.
Madam Chairman, does that item need to be voted on because it is a report of money and put into the next month's packet? I'm just asking.
Have both put in the packets, is that what you're saying?
Yes, for July.
Yes, I would be glad to put both of them in for July.
We'll make sure they're included in the packet.
I don't think that needs a motion,
No.
does it?
No.
Or
It will be,
I
we'll
will
make
send,
sure it's included.
I will send them out, email, and I will also make sure that they're in the packets too.
Thank you.
So let me make a note of that. And you can go ahead, Ben.
Okay. The landfill tonnage volume, our 30-day average was 379.11 tons. Our 22.5-day average was 505.48 tons. Next is the customer activity report for you all to look over. You'll notice there's two customer activity reports. I believe it was on the 26th or 27th. Reporting changed from our system to our public system, so we ran one up until the 26th in our system, and the next came from public system. We both use trucks. There is no difference in the report. Just had to print them, two different reports coming from two different computers.
Any notable changes in customers?
Adam, you seen any notable changes in customers?
No.
I did not when I looked through.
Mr. Johnston, I'm gonna follow up on my question of last month with regards to Brewster Garbage Service. Why does that name not appear on this report? How is that accounted for?
Because, when it comes out, they pay cash, it will not show on this report of,
In your cash sales numbers?
That's under a cash
so when they
customer.
do bring them in Old City, they do pay cash, so it will not show them on there again.
Are they planning on setting up an account?
I haven't spoke with them about it, so I cannot. I think they're still trying to get off their feet as far as their, hauling, so
So what is their tipping fee?
28.48.
They're paying
It's
as
the gate
everybody
rate.
else.
gate rate?
Gate rate.
Adam, will you explain it to me? You're saying that they're coming in on cash sales?
When they come in, they pay, whether it's credit card or cash, for their rear end loaders. When they actually haul for Leno City, they charge it to Leno City.
Okay, so they're charging it to Lenore City,
on
is
their
that
truck?
correct?
when they're hauling Leno City's cans, yes. They're charging it to Leno City. Whatever they had, the contract they have worked out with Leno City to pull their boxes. I
Is
mean,
that their residential too?
No.
So the residential, they're paying gate rate?
Yes.
May I ask a question? Saturday, I went to the, convenience center, and behind me, tailgating me was a brand-new white truck. And, it was going into a residential area. It looked like they were gonna pick up. What does a truck like that do on a Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock?
What was on the side of the truck?
It was Brewster's.
Oh, I can't answer. I can't.
So they hold the garbage till Monday, or do they take it to your landfill?
Again, I can't answer that.
But you do close the landfill at what time?
Yes, there's no exceptions for anyone after business hours.
Okay.
You know, there's typically times we stay open 5 minutes for our trucks, but we have a restraint on that too, because we have hours. We have people that's ready to go home and to their families, so, no.
So you have no idea where that garbage goes to?
No.
Okay.
Adam, Sunday at 3 o'clock, I come by the landfill, and the exit gates was swung open. Was somebody checking on something maybe?
Sunday?
Sunday, 3 o'clock.
No.
It was open.
My camera didn't set off either, was it open?
It was open. I started to call you, but
In that case, I'm gonna add my, number to the sign out front for calls. But in that case, yes, call, because, we have changed the locks multiple times. So it had to be somebody, but my cameras, alerts me after 5 o'clock daily. If they get in motion, it didn't,
well, they must have done it real slow, but it was open.
you gotta go really fast to beat them. Okay. I'll look into that though, I'll back up and see what.
Thank you, sir.
I guess I have a concern about that, because last month I turned in some pictures to, the chair lady with regards to the gate being unlocked. Now, I know that it was a service truck, but I still believe that the gate should be secured, because that is a liability on the Solid Waste Commission in this community. So somehow that needs to be addressed, that that gate cannot be unlocked.
We do try to keep them locked even though we're in there, at least pull 2, but sometimes, the person may forget or whatnot, so we will do a better job of that. But if you were there Saturday, you said, you would see the additional gates that we have up at the facility where, you gotta come through one gate to get to another gate to et cetera, so.
What about that side area? As you go where the road is, and there's a side area back in there, sort of a little pocket, can people go into that area?
No, that accesses that brick home up on the hill there, so.
Actually,
cannot.
which is solid.
Anybody can
property.
access the landfill on foot.
Well, that's
But not
true, but it
vehicle-wise.
gets a lot easier when the gate is unlocked, and that is my concern. It is a liability for us that needs to be addressed, and I hope that this is addressed by Republic.
And going forwards, we will, I will put in a extra word to keep the gate locked, because sometimes they're still in there working.
I understand.
Next is the landfill inspection. Adam should be.
So if y'all would just flip through, and if, I'm gonna be a little funny on this one, as you know, all the 11 months that we've been through between 11 AOCs to this and that. So if somebody could find me a double X beside that second box, I would really appreciate it. I've been funny on that one, and as I was telling the guys at work, they did a really good job from this guy here. As I said before, if a inspector comes into your landfill and he don't give you an AOC, 1, he's not doing your job, or 2, you got one good looking landfill. This case on this day, we had a good looking landfill, because I know this cat, we've been dealing with him. You've been looking at the same report for 11 months as I have. He didn't give us no freebie. he's got one more month with us, and they're gonna rotate into another inspector, so next month he may have the whole page filled up. But, this month he didn't, so as I told the team, they did an excellent job of, preparing the landfill. Not just for him, just for the community itself, so.
Congratulations, we should have had cake tonight.
I wanna say one other thing, Adam, your team has done an excellent job on keeping the road clean.
They're working really hard, and, like I say,
I go through it
for
every day, I travel it every day, and I think most people that know me, I will listen to their complaint about the road, I will check it. And I have checked it, other than the dust that is tracked out, which is unavoidable at this point, and Mother Nature takes care of the dust once she comes up. But they have done an excellent job of keeping the mud out of the road.
And they have, surprisingly, I don't know, today we had a freight truck to run off the road. And so when he did leave the facility, he did track mud, so we did have to spray up some water out on the road one time today. Also, let me go ahead and note, through that storm last night, around 7:30 or so, we lost power at the back. The utility was out there today, and they got the power going. In the process of doing that, they backed over our water main out front. So as we was leaving a few minutes ago to come here, they were just repairing it back, so everything's back up, fully functioning now.
And Adam, I did want to tell you that today, I walked in down here to get everything set up, and I had a lady come up to me that had been in the driver's area, and she said, "Oh, I want to tell you, the road out by the landfill is so much better." So,
Again, it's good job to the team that's out there now, and, we hope to keep going forward in the same.
do you still have the young lady
I
in the
do.
machine?
We got number 2 right back there.
No,
There was a
me
comment that the young lady has really done an excellent
Me,
job of making sure.
I get anxiety over it.
The ladies come to me and they wanna do more, so Hannah, she does sweep the road now, and she runs my paperwork inside, so, the females at our facility, they have a chance to grow as far as they wanna go. So does Shelby. Shelby does a great job at the scale house, but the female that usually drives the sweeper, she's in the back driving a dirt truck, whether it's, so they all have opportunity with Republic Santec now. They had it
Good,
then, and they're gonna have it going forward.
good.
May I make a comment?
Yeah.
Our Baton Rouge, Louisiana facility is 60% women drivers.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty impressive.
Very
Biggest in the country.
Very impressive. Right, Ben.
Ready? Here we go. All right. Next is the material classification report. We had 8,316 tons of MSW, 1,091 tons of special waste, 606 tons of sludge. The total material was 10,049 tons. We had 83% MSW, 17% special waste, and 6% sludge. Next is the waste characterization report. Take a look over that. Next is the tire report. We have 55.22 tons in May. I'm sorry. In May, bringing our annual total to 398.61 tons.
Say, Ben, one comment about the tires. In the last meeting, you talked about Santec was looking at, or Santec Republic was looking at the fee that's charged. I just remind you that TDEC has people who are buying new tires, pay $1 up front as a part of the disposal fee. And TDEC allows operators to charge additionally based on their cost. So I would just encourage you to, if you're gonna change the fees, make sure you've got some justification about how you do that.
Sure.
And please be sure and submit those changes to us so
Yeah,
that we know.
sure. Yeah,
ahead of
before we
time.
make any changes, this board will be well aware.
Yeah.
Next is the waste surcharge and facility inspection fee report for quarter one. Let you all look over that, ask any questions.
That facility inspection fee gets me every time. That's crazy.
It is. Next is the financial origin report for quarter one.
Dan, as I look at the origin report, Roane County leading the way. Are you still, is Centec's truck still hauling that?
Intake does haul a lot of the Roane County volume.
And they're paying the Centec rate or?
They're
get
playing the Santec intercompany rate.
Subject.
Isn't that contract about to expire with Roane County?
I would have to double check on that.
I would appreciate it, because I think it's out to bid.
I think you're correct, Pat. I think it expires like,
Right now,
within the next couple of months or something.
I think it's June.
I just hate the rate. They're getting a better rate than our stakeholders.
Next is the airspace utilization report. Our full date is October 2023. Our 3-month average is 11,477 tons. Lastly is the postal security fee. Basically in May, $11,692.32. Our security fee was $14,763.03.
Ben, I'm curious about something. And we've had discussions about rates, Centec trucks hauling it in. And I know you have carried this topic back to the corporate office. What they say
On
on our complaint about Roane County getting a better rate than our stakeholders?
back in, I guess right when the month following the halt on negotiations, I was having a conversation internally and it was discussed and presented to me that, hey, that'd be something we can look into if negotiations are resumed. So I don't think that changes at all if negotiations are resumed.
Okay. So they're trying to move it into a negotiation.
Not necessarily. I mean, that was
leverage on
that was the
kind of the sentiment of it.
not necessarily. No, I mean, not at all. That was not it at all. I mean, I think it was more of, hey, this is yet another thing. It's been put on hold. We can discuss it when it resumes.
I think it's a new point that we can talk to.
I think so too.
I don't think Randy's aware of it,
No.
so
That's just a burr to this
I was
commission,
looking to see if I had my paper
the
on.
rates.
Oh, I do.
And in reality, it's not a whole lot of money, but it's a very sore subject. Let's put it that way.
I've got some paperwork that I did on it, and I'll make a copy of this for you, send it to you. So. Yep. Are you complete, Ben?
That's it.
All right. that's where on to you. We're at our phase closure plan report updates.
We've got annual progress report. I guess there's not anything to really discuss there, right? That was already submitted, so I don't think there's anything there. Okay, on to phase closure plan. We talked last month after we've already had received Sandtech's drawing with their proposed closure areas and proposed sequencing and timing of the closure. Last month, they then provided the narrative to support that. We sent that information to Dr. Bacchus, and one of the things that he asked for as part of his analysis is he wanted the updated aerial imagery of the landfill because he wanted to use the most current information available. So that was a delay in getting that to him because he wanted the full, not just a drawing, but the full CAD program that shows that would be something he could evaluate and manipulate and edit so he could have a better idea from the survey. That survey was conducted in February of this year, so it's relatively recent in the scheme of things. Dr. Bacchus got that information close to the end of May, and he has just now completed his analysis and his proposed sequencing plan and closure area plan. So given that we as a commission haven't had an opportunity to review it internally or ask questions to Dr. Bacchus about it, we didn't want to go ahead and put on his presentation tonight. We thought that we need to vet it internally first and have an opportunity to ask him questions. So I will be sending out his analysis to you all probably tomorrow, and then you can start to review and compile questions and issues. And the plan will be, if there's any further modifications or evaluations, we'll take care of that in the next 2 weeks, hopefully. And the plan will be to finalize Dr. Bacchus's report before next month's meeting so that he can be here to present via Zoom at our next month's meeting. But although he just finished it, we didn't want to rush it out without internal consideration and questions as a final
When he
product.
says just finished it, today is Tuesday, and I think he just finished it and got to it Monday.
Yeah,
So
last
there
night.
was no,
So,
we were hoping last week, and I was kind of waiting on that before I sent anything else out, and to send the agenda to, because we kept thinking, Kevin and I kept talking back and forth, and we kept thinking, it would be here Tuesday. No, it wasn't. Was it gonna be here Wednesday? No, it wasn't. So
we
we
felt,
did not get it till yesterday.
yeah, till last night. So we felt that, given that, we don't want to rush the process. We want you all to have an opportunity to review it, ask questions. So what I'll do is I'll send out an email tomorrow to you all with a copy of his report. And then you can filter questions through me to Dr. Bacchus if there's questions, concerns, etc. And then, again, we'll plan to have him present at our next meeting.
And Richard, it has a date on it.
Yeah,
Made sure.
February 21.
Huh?
And it
But we did ask for a large scale.
Large scale as well as the
These
digital.
are-
We have the digital set now.
Because you can't read this thing. I blew it up.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna tell you, we did ask for the digital and the large scale. Yeah, that's what I do at home too.
And it contradicts one that was given to us that I showed you earlier today at 1100. This one only says 1050 at that intersection of CD and D. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
Each time
there's
you get a
different
drawing,
ones.
it has a different elevation on it. That doesn't correlate to the previous elevation. So what is the true elevation?
This, for what it's worth, this should be the most accurate because based on a site flyover.
Based on current topography.
Yeah, based on topography. So, I think a lot of the others were design drawings or proposed elevations, but this is what it is currently.
The one I showed you previously was an aerial elevation.
Okay.
But this is the most recent.
This is the most recent one, I agree.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mr. Stevens, is Dr. Baca still located in Atlanta?
Yes, he's in the Atlanta.
Is there
Office.
any way that he can physically come to the meeting? I think it would be difficult to do Zoom and try to ask him questions.
I can certainly make that
If
request,
he
yeah.
would consider
absolutely.
that.
He's come to meetings before, so I'm, if he's available, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's been, to me, it's easier to ask him questions and for him to actually show us rather than Zoom. It gets a little bit hard, in my opinion.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, the only distinction is, there's some travel time and cost involved, but if you all are okay with that, I'm happy to make that request.
Well, since it is an expense, then Pat, you want to make a motion that we ask him?
May I ask a question? Do you have any idea what he has charged us so far?
On this specific project,
Right.
I don't. I don't anticipate it's a significant amount, because a lot of it is based on models and drawings he's already
Previous
had.
stuff.
Okay, so he's.
I can't say exactly what it is, because I don't know.
But you'll get an estimate from him for, just so we have an idea, but, if it's not gonna cost an arm and a leg, I don't know what he normally charges for travel time. But I think that he should be here to explain something this
That's fine.
important. So I would make the motion
Okay.
to request that Dr. Bacchus attend and to pay his travel expenditures.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Alright. Since it is requested money, so let's do the roll call.
All right, have my list ready. Ms. Hunter?
Aye.
Ms. Bivens?
Aye.
Mr. Jameson?
Uh,
Chair?
Aye.
Mr. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Small?
Aye.
Mr. Field?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Alright, motion passes.
I will pass on that request tomorrow.
Thank you.
Alright. Is there anything?
That's all I have, unless anybody has any further questions.
Okay, so, on my chairman's report, I have first, Mr. Stevens's, invoice, so I have that here for you all, and this is for the billing statement of May. So I do have that. We also have a copy of the liability insurance. And I do wanna pass that down, let everybody take a look at that. And I wanna make sure that that goes.
I have a question about that. Is the liability insurance strictly for board for board liability? Or does it also include the building, the party house? Does it include that? You know?
Actually,
We removed the Purdy house from the insurance, is my recollection.
yes,
But we insure the property, the real
Okay,
property.
so if anything happens there, we're covered.
yes.
But
Because
it's
the-
also for board liability, is it
Yes,
not?
there's both components, yeah.
And I think it says it on the back of it too. On the loop card at the very last page, it kinda gives, or the last couple of pages maybe.
Let's see it.
Okay. Well, I'll pass it back down that way too, and then, if there's something on there that we need to come back to and address, we can, or if anyone needs a copy of that, we can get another copy for you, okay? We also had, oh, you.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I have an expense item of our one employee, $53.83,
Okay,
just so you know.
just so I know.
I think she earned it this month, how about that?
Yeah, I guess. All right, and I think that has all of those. I have update on what I checked into, laptops and iPads, and after some discussion, if everybody wants to take one, here, I'll do it this way. Take that way. This is like passing out at school. Alright. Hope I got too many.
Madam Chair, this insurance certificate, this is Santec's $1 million liability insurance for the landfill operation,
Okay.
not
Not
the
our-
insurance
okay.
that the board has.
But doesn't
Within
that
the
come up
county.
in June? Doesn't that normally come up in June, our liability insurance?
We'll have to check on that, make sure.
I'll contact Miss Husky, but that it normally goes through the county, and
It
I'm
does.
certain it's.
She handles this, correct.
Okay.
Kevin, am I
Is that not the one
correct in
stated
that
that
we
you
dropped the
had to-
Purdy house because
Or lies?
the contract that we have with
You
the,
have to get it
Fire
from
department.
Susan.
our rescue squad,
Isn't that the one that you
has the
That
liability
Santec's
coverage on the house.
policy
correct.
for the
Yes, they have liability coverage and
It'd be a
agreed to
separate
indemnify.
policy through
We
the
might
insurance.
need to update that
That's
policy,
different.
Okay,
that cause I'm sure it's got
That's
a
different.
June date on it also.
we'll look at all that.
I'll check Pat too with Susan Husky about that and see.
Yeah, because I'm almost certain it comes up in June, and the reason I know that is because I'm working on the budget, so.
Right. That's one of those expenses, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Like a $4,500 expense.
Let me write this down real quick so I can. All right, after a little discussion, I discussed with Susan Husky about the laptops and the iPads. We were discussing about, since we're looking at documents and saving documents, and there's possibility of printing documents, that it's a little bit easier to work on a laptop than it would be on an iPad. And so she had a couple of government bids that she checked into, and so she basically wrote, we got two different bids, or two different contracts, and on the top one, you'll see I wrote in pen on the bottom, this is from Microsoft, it's an i5 16 RAM, 256 gigabyte. And of course, one as a 15-inch. Basically, I think that we need a little larger one, because if we're doing projections here, 15 inch is a little bit easier to see. A 13 inch, and then it went on to say the laptops for 13 inch. And they had to break it down, and you could only buy like 3 at one time, but she said that on this kind of bid that she can do 3 from one part of her office and 3 from another. So, and I thought that was a little bit more than I anticipated. If you turn to the next page, of course, this is an i5 8 RAM, 128 gigabyte. And you can see the cost comes down some on that one. So basically what I would like to ask is to find out on the board if they feel like that there's a need for the laptops, or if if you would like for me to go ahead and have her look into, iPads, or if we still wanna keep killing trees and getting our documents that way. So I'm looking for a little guidance there.
I'm gonna continue to go with art on this one. While technology and not killing trees is preferred, it's
Well,
still a really hard
It's a
habit to
question
break.
between destroying trees or emitting CO2 in the
Right.
process of manufacturing these things. I don't know,
Right.
but,
It's pen and paper is a hard habit to break, however.
I'm not impressed with the cost on the things overall. I think that's a big chunk of money, and we're
Yeah, it is a
spending
big
as
chunk.
much as surveying the property. And are we really gonna get that much benefit out of it? I doubt that, actually. Practically, our benefit will come from shortening the meetings internally.
Not for that.
Do we have a motion?
No motion going here.
I don't know that I wouldn't be against that we do need one, because we are displaying information up here.
Yes, cause I have to come early down here for the
Right.
meetings and go upstairs
And you were using
obtain.
yours quite a bit, I know.
Yes.
And that's not quite fair to you, to put that use on you,
Yes.
and something you've purchased on your own. I wouldn't have a problem with at least one being purchased if the rest of the board was not for purchasing them. I mean, I'm the
And it
world's
was a lot
worst
more
about
pricier
using
than I thought it was gonna be too.
Yeah.
So I will agree with you on that, Art.
So whose laptop is this?
This is the county's for planning and commission.
Gotcha.
And just as a liability, for the chairwoman herself, I think it would be better to have a designated, laptop for that purpose.
Are iPads substantially less? I thought they might be, I don't know. But just in terms of viewing documents, if the main objective is just to get your packet digitally, that might be a less
The only
expensive
problem
option.
I saw with it, of course, I mean, we could solve that problem too, is the printing of it, and it's kinda like storing those documents on iPad. Sometimes it's harder, and sometimes it's harder to maneuver on an iPad to look at documents.
I would be surprised if the pricing on iPads would be any cheaper than that. If you're getting the pro and, the capabilities that would be needed, but
I bought one iPad for a lady in the office, paid $787, but it's the
Regular.
13-inch monitor. It's very good, but I'm computer illiterate on it anyway.
I guess I have a question. Has the capital projects considered buying a laptop for use here in this room? So when groups meet, like,
This is
us.
it, but not for, it's for county commission, it's for planning.
Right.
And, I mean, it's not for use of solid waste or anything like that. I mean, or any group that comes in and.
well, I'm
thinks
talking
something
about a governmental group, if they're going to be making presentations, it seems
Well,
to me that if they have a monitor, that they should have a computer, a laptop to go with it, so you can use it.
Well, and
Is that asking too much, or?
this
So,
one is for that purpose, except for, it is for those two governmental things. But our projection, there is a device on the back that's the only reason I can come down here and connect to mine. I can use my own home computer and come down here and connect and still project. It's called Screen Beam, and I have a device on the back that you can pick up. So if there was another group or agency that came in and they need to connect to project, they can, like the school board,
Okay.
for that purpose. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know, the prices are kind of steep, and I guess what I wonder whether we would really get a lot of benefit from that. Because if you're projecting something that we're looking at, I'm still going to need a paper copy. I mean, I know that we grow trees specifically for paper.
Well,
So
and-
I'm not sacrificing a tree.
And my thing was for projecting for like when Dr. Bacchus comes and
Right.
we have the drawings and the other things too, you know.
So when he comes, can he, for example, plug his jump drive in there and go for it?
He could plug a jump drive in, yes, and go for it.
Okay.
He'll probably bring his own computer.
He will.
Do you know if we would get the same pricing if we just purchased one?
Yes, I did ask her that too.
You know, again, I think the chairman needs a computer for the solid waste board. That alone, because we'll never get away from paper, because we don't know how many copies
Oh, yeah.
that we gotta make anyway for the public. But I would be up for getting another one of those computers, just like that one right there for the chairman, the Solid Waste Commission chairman.
You receive quite a bit of information via that, and it does come in handy here with displaying it. And like I said, you're using yours personal one a lot, and I don't think that's quite fair to you.
Well,
Or
and
to
in this
anyone
case,
else.
I know what Pat's talking about. In this case, I have to come down here before she closes, cause they don't have any place to lock it up down here.
You gotta sign for it, I'm
So-
sure, too.
And I had to come down here at 4:00 and before she closed up. And
But if
then
you had one that you carried in your plugged up, be ready to go.
I could be ready to go, instead of getting hers and making sure. As long as I connect, like this one's automatically connected and it'll go straight on.
And it would still be purchased through the county, and the county would still keep all of the, protection and,
Warranties, yeah,
I'm feeling very computer literate right now, sorry.
yes.
I don't use a computer much anymore.
And Susan Heskey also said that she would put the county protection on the computer too for us.
I'm comfortable with making a motion to purchase one, for the chairman position, and go from there.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any more discussion?
That is a 23 inch right there, or 22.
I guess we
No.
need to,
This one's I would go with this lower cost one too,
yes, about to say, I guess we need to specify which one.
You know, but you need the size of screen so that
15 inch is
Yeah,
what's on there.
The 15-inch,
So I-58,
the 128, that would be
Yeah.
enough storage, I believe.
I
You
think
could
it
always
would
get a
be
jump
enough,
drive for
yeah.
any extra information.
Which one are we talking
The
about?
second page, the one at the bottom, the 15-inch.
1208.99.
The surface.
Yes, it's $12.99. I guess my motion needs to state that
Yeah.
specific computer.
Or is that still
Oh,
second?
definitely, yes.
And I
Yeah.
fully agree, it needs to be a larger screen, and
Yeah.
I know we're all getting very young in our age, but
Okay.
there's quite a few glasses at the table, so.
what do you say?
All right.
Blind?
So the purchase price would be, with tax, it would be $1,300 roughly?
Yeah.
1,323.84?
1323.84. And then yes, it would be tax. So we have a motion and a second to purchase the Microsoft Surface Laptop 3, 8 and 128. Since it's a purchase price, something, roll call.
Roll call, Ms. Hunter.
I guess I'm gonna be a tightwad, the answer's no.
Ms. Bivens,
Yes.
Mr. Jameson,
Yes.
Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Stewart,
Yes.
Mr. Small,
Yes.
Mr. Field,
Yes.
passes 6-1.
All right, and, the next thing I had up was website addition, agendas, minutes, recordings, records, all that. I wanted to show you, that's one reason I brought this up. I had worked with Anita at, county office building, and if you'll notice at the Loudon County site now, if you go to the boards and committees and you go to Solid Waste Disposal Commission, and we go to our tab of meeting documents, we now have on there monthly summary, customer, if you can see right down here, customer activity report available upon request, records request. And when you go to the records request now, it'll take us right to the public records so that they can submit a public records request for that.
Very nice.
Let's see, let's see if I got one other thing. Oh, and on our site now, other documents. Swipe up like mice here. We have, wait just a minute.
It's gonna be an Apple product, you're gonna have to learn how to use it.
I know, I'll never be able to use it since it's not an Apple. Looky, looky, our financial statements, our audits are on here now. Worked on getting the audits on there too.
It's going, it's just slower than yours.
Yeah, it's slower than mine.
There they are.
So she went back and we were able to load up everything on the audits.
Excellent job.
Good.
Well, that was Anita and we were both talking about it, so Anita and I have been going through and she's been looking at records and things, so
Pass on our appreciation.
I will. And that reminds me, did you bring me the contract?
I did.
Okay, so.
Yeah, I've
we'll
got,
get that.
she had asked for contracts, or audit contracts with
Or-
Richard Hill.
Yeah,
For the
in
past-
going through the
3
records,
years.
the auditor's contract was not in there, so I asked him to see if he had a copy of the auditor's contract, so that'll be going in our records also. Okay? Just a little bit too, it is a little bit of a work in progress right now too, trying to get the agendas done. I know we've had difficulty with the minutes. I think we're all trying to work together to get that accomplished a little bit faster and a little bit more accurate. I do ask that you all bear with us just a little bit. I mean, we've made some changes and those have, change takes a little time. And, but I know the girls are trying and they're trying to learn how to do the minutes correctly. We've had some technical difficulties and hopefully now we have everything backed up and we can get those minutes done and hopefully we can get the agendas. Apologize if the agenda didn't get out quick enough. I was really waiting on Dr. Bacchus. I had some technical issues at my house with the internet going out too. And so just bear with us a little bit. We're trying to do a good job of that and get that done. I did have one other thing that I had added to here on my chairman's report, and that was that meeting time and place.
Before we move on to that, may I
Yes.
ask a question of Mr. Field? Mr. Field, do you know, I know that the 1997 permit, the permit, there's a hard copy and maps and drawings. Do you know if it was ever furnished digitally?
No,
Is it
I've never seen a digital copy of the whole permit, no.
Okay. Because it would be nice to get that. I think I'll contact TDEC, because I think they'll have it digital, and I'd like to add it to the page. I think it's important because so many times it's referenced, and I think it would be a quick, click to look at
Yeah.
and to.
So I would certainly encourage you to try to track a copy down, but based on the time frame, I'm not sure, unless TDEC scanned all that stuff in somehow, what they received from from us in 97 were paper copies.
Yeah, but I think they would probably have to scan it and put it on the cloud because so many of these records are required to be kept permanently. Matter of fact.
Again, I would encourage you to try to
Yeah.
get it
I'll check with
electronically,
them.
but I'd be surprised if they had that
Do
electronically.
you keep any documents at the landfill?
Not of that nature, no.
Okay, but you are required to keep some documents for TDEC, are you not? Okay. I'll check into that.
Okay. All right, our meeting time and place, we have, last night at county commission meeting, we have been asked to, look at, possibly if we could swap our time, which is on these Tuesdays, swap Tuesdays. What are we, the swap Tuesdays, we are
For the second.
we're second Tuesday with planning for the third Tuesday. The reason is, planning has some time conflicts. They, with the county workshop, the way it is, ours is the third Monday for the county workshop. Well, by the time planning has their meeting is after hours. So therefore, it takes several weeks. It actually takes them 6 weeks before they can come back and move things through county commission. The request from planning was to ask commission if a county commission would request that we get together with planning and see if we could work something out about moving our meetings or swapping times with them. They need this room also. Now, with that in mind, I know it's in our bylaws that we meet on a certain time at a certain, well, it says a certain day, and I believe it says a certain time in our bylaws. There were a couple of things that I had just thought about instead of actually, I know some of us do not like change at all, and meeting the way we are, everybody has it in their schedules. I know Ben does, I know several of us do have it in our schedules. So the option was, we could actually move our place. Evidently, when I said to planning, and I made the comment to planning, what about planning moving theirs? Theirs was, they need, since their office is down here, and they have their records, and they have their things that they need down here to do their planning meetings, they need to keep them here. It would be defeating the purpose if they had to pack up all their stuff and go up to the county building.
My thing was, I wanted our meetings recorded, and if we move, our meetings or possibilities will not be recorded. So,
Unless Pat would give us a copy.
I'm not gonna be in the recording business.
Oh, come on, Pat.
I have a big concern with how this was handled. I was at a county commission meeting, and unbeknownst, I mean, if you looked at the agenda, you had absolutely no idea that when Mr. Shaver brought it up, that he was actually thinking about moving the planning commission date to be the solid waste date and time. It never occurred, or their date and their time to our slot. And I think what bothered me was the fact that we were not consulted or invited to their meetings to discuss this.
Yes.
Like decent human beings, professionals treat other professionals. And I thought that was outrageous.
well, county commission was not saying that this is what we have to do.
Well, that's true, but I went to the planning commission meeting.
Well, the planning commission, the only thing the planning commission, Jim Jenkins was asking the planning commission if they would be willing to, if we could do some moving of their time. So he was asking them for permission to ask county commission if that could take place.
Well, I can understand that, except that he said that he received a request. He would not say who the request came from. Now, I can understand if the public is saying, hey, we want another day, but it had to do with time constraints that I feel that if they change their cutoff date and have it earlier rather than later, then they're going to meet, not their 10-day notice, but their 15-day notice that they're required to meet.
Well, I mean, we have no control over changing their.
Well, but they
Their
have
meeting
control
days.
over us? I
No,
mean,
they're not
that's
having
silly.
control over us. They asked commission to ask us if it was a possibility. And Jim Jenkins wrote me an email, and he actually said, I hope it's been a good day. I just wanted to give you some information on why we would like to move the planning commission and the BZA meeting, 'cause that's 2 meetings, back to the second Tuesday of the month. The reason of the move is due to the date of the county commission workshop. As it is currently, if the planning commission hears an item that must go to the county commission for approval, that item takes several weeks, actually 6, to receive its final vote by county commission. With the change in the date, those items could be heard at the next county commission meeting, saving weeks of delay. So when I looked at the dates we could move to, I had to look at our deadlines for applications of submittals and public notices to be made. So they have to have their public notices out too. Based on these factors, the second Tuesday of the month would be the only day this would work. Our staff must have time to review the items, make preparation for the meeting, and then meet the required deadline for the public notice. He says, if you have any questions, please let me know, and thank you.
Well,
So-
I attended the planning meeting and I heard all the discussions and I asked them as a private citizen to consider other dates. They really didn't, and I have proof. I recorded it from the start to the very end. But my concern is, if they wanted to do that, at the very least, they should have invited the chair, someone representing our organization to be present, to give them the full breadth and depth of what they were asking us to do as a common courtesy, which they did not do. They just did it. Now, I told them that personally, I like solutions. And I have a solution for them. If they want to move, because remember, they want to move to this date, not us. We've had this date for a long time, as long as I've been coming to meetings. And what I like about it is what Scotty Newman said one time. He said, you know, the public knows when the school board meets. And if they have a problem or concern, they know that we're here the first Thursday and the second Thursday, so they can walk in and go to that podium and speak. And I liked what he had to say about the continuity of the community knowing. Now, my solution is, I looked at 3 years of their meetings, painstakingly looked at their minutes. And on the average, it is less than 2 hours. As Chair Lady said, they're located here, they have their equipment here, they can simply move from there to here. Unlike us, we have to ask Santec, is this going to be okay with you? You know, to come on the third Tuesday. But their meetings usually last 2 hours. And I would suggest that they start their meeting at 4:30 and have a 2-hour meeting and be out of here by the time we have our meeting. That is a solution.
Well, I would say those that
We
work.
didn't fare well with one meeting
Yeah.
on that same schedule.
Right.
I will say that, I witnessed it, sitting right back there.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I went back to 2019 and they even had workshops at 4:30. So, you know, they have had 4:30 meetings, but, you know, I think there is a solution, but, you know, if we go to the third Tuesday, and I'm not suggesting that, the only concern that I have is that I would like a packet 5 days in advance. And I don't know if Santec Republic is going to furnish us with a packet 5 days in advance, whether you would have it ready on Tuesday, the second Tuesday as you always do, for our third Tuesday meeting. I don't know if you would do that. You don't have to contractually, because contractually, and I read it, you supply us our information at our regular meeting, at our meeting. So if we don't have a meeting, you don't have to do that. So we're at your mercy. But that would be my concern, that if we do change our day and time, that we're just gonna be getting our information later, and if we have to go before county commission, we're gonna have to wait a whole month in order to do that. So those are my concerns.
Well, on one thing, we don't have to change the date, we can change just our location.
Then we have the technology shortfall, unless we go a different route. Ben, can you answer the question, would changing the date affect you at Sandec?
Assembly wise, would it affect
Going
assembling
from
the
the second
packets?
to the third,
My gut says no, but you know, there are 4 or 5, 6 people that help put this report together.
Yeah.
I would need to reference, I can't speak on their behalf, but my gut says no, it would not change, how this is put together, so.
But if, you know, to Pat's interest in getting the packets ahead of time, 5 days ahead of time,
Right.
I think it's much more likely that you could get a more or less complete package if we were to change the date to the third Tuesday, allowing Santec to put the package together on their sort of kind of normal schedule. And I know from Tracy, in terms of the finance office,
It
it's
affects
a
her.
challenge for
It
them
is.
to make the second Tuesday based on when they get the report out of the trustee's office. So again, I
Which
think
is-
moving, if we were to decide to move to the third Tuesday, there would probably be a much more graceful opportunity to have the packets put together by sort of kind of the second week, so that we could have it ahead of time for the meeting on the third Tuesday.
And I know on like the financial statement, that last month, I had to go up there. I called Tracy about it and it was like 4:30 before she got it ready. And I know on several occasions, even, Steve, you had to wait until
Or she would bring it to me, you know, out
down
of the press.
here,
Yeah.
yes.
so give her a little more
So this would require, however, changing the bylaws, would it not?
Yes.
But
Now,
changing the location wouldn't, correct?
Correct.
No, well,
No, that's provided for in there too.
That's-
it's
yeah.
provided in there.
Okay, so either way we go, we've
Now,
got.
now,
And if you actually read that, well, I believe it says it would be a discussion that we had to have this time.
Yeah,
We
it
can't
can't be
vote
voted
on
yeah,
it
we can't vote on it.
until next time.
That's good.
So, cause I did read that about it too.
Kevin, how would that fit in your scheduling, changing it to a third?
A third Tuesday.
It's not ideal, but I can make it work. I'll make it work.
I would just rather change the location. I'm just being personally. But I understand the lack of being televised. However, I sent a message to see if City Hall, where we have the exact same equipment as is right here, is being used on that,
That's a good point.
on that day. If it's not being used, that's a building that's sitting vacant at the moment with the same exact technology as what's here in this building.
That's a good
Why
option.
can't they go down there?
That's true.
Because the materials.
Oh, the
there.
materials here.
Materials are
Probably
here.
don't
Things
use.
are here.
Huh?
Which they probably don't use.
It's supposed to be correct, ready.
But I'm not,
Everything that
I'm
they
not sure if
use.
there's a meeting that's held on the second Tuesday or not. I can't recall.
That's a good idea.
And I mean, and same for the city of Lenore City. I don't know if they would be accommodating or not, but I mean, that would be, I've sent a direct message as a council member. It's actually closer to Santec, so, or Republic,
Closer to the interstate.
closer to the interstate.
I think what was bothersome
No.
was that they did not consider other locations or other options, they really didn't. And, you know, I thought, now, they didn't mind asking, well, why don't you go to the county office building? And I said, you're the one that wants to move, you go there. So, you know, that's the thing. Not inviting the chair or someone representing, I was just speaking for myself as a private citizen, but I did not like the fact that we were being excluded from a decision that affected us.
Well, I think Jim Jenkins was trying to ask the planning commission before he even addressed asking commission or even coming to us. He wanted to get some kind of approval from his board,
That's true, because 3 of them didn't even know it was going to be on the agenda.
and I think that's what Jim Jenkins was trying to do.
How's
He
that?
was trying to get something from his board, whether this was gonna be an option, if they felt like this would be an option that he could take to us.
Looking at the calendar online, there is nothing on that day, but I don't know, the city would have to be willing to accommodate us. I don't know why they wouldn't, but that's an option, I think.
I think it's a very good option.
And then we don't have to change calendars and stuff like that.
That's
But that doesn't help with reporting and that sort of item either, so.
Well, we would also have to publish a notice of all our meetings, because we've already done that, so we would have to notify,
Republish it, yeah.
republish it, because the public will
Any change that will
Yeah,
still
require
be
that.
confused
The
about.
locational change would be the easiest of all. You're still required to make the change. But for this conversation here, are we,
Well, there's nothing that,
We
according
can-
to our bylaws, we can't take a vote on anything.
Can't do it now.
No.
Correct.
So it looks like to me that, I mean, we bring this back at our next meeting and maybe we can I can get some options, we can
I
get,
may we'll hopefully have an answer.
you know,
shortly.
the only thing and I made this clear last night too, I said, just, you know, I asked county commission, don't come up and say, hey, look, we're gonna move you all, you know.
Yeah.
Let us kind of see if this is what, if we can work something out, and Jim Jenkins said, you know, if we can work something out.
I guess my question is, for as this meeting, pick out a targeted location, if we're gonna do it, pick out a targeted location, do the research on it, so that when we come back at the next meeting,
We could make that.
decisions be made.
Okay.
First option, second option,
So one of our options would be to remain at this location, but move it to the next Tuesday, which will be the third Tuesday.
third Tuesday.
Which there is absolutely there's no meetings before us on that day.
Right,
It's
there's no,
completely
I
open.
checked.
Okay.
Actually, you'd be swapping with planning. That's
Okay.
all you'd be doing.
So there's nothing before that or after.
Would included in that would be the comment that Pat made about the 4:30 to 6:30 timeframe. Could they squeeze themselves into that here? I think that's a fair question to ask that too.
For 3 years, they've been doing that, and they've
Okay.
had some pretty contentious meetings.
Do they meet now? They meet now at 4:30?
No, they meet at 5:30, but what I'm saying is that the
But they've done it
minutes,
within a.
So
the
ask
minutes
them if
indicate-
it's a possibility they could move their meeting, because they have two meetings. They have the planning and the BZA. They go back to back.
They'd
So,
almost have to start at 4:30 in order to get done by 6:30, and that's a transition that's tough to make.
So they can start at 4 then.
I'm with you.
That would be the most beneficial to our board.
most of their meetings, when they start at 5:30, they're ending at 6:10, 5:30, 6:20, 5:30, 5:40, 5:30 to 5:45, 5:30 to 5:40. That is their planning meeting, which is the most contentious meeting.
but when
Yeah,
comes the BZA over, because BZA's right after it.
Well, the BCA, 6:15 to 6:25, boy, it would be good to be on there.
Good.
5:45 to 6:05, 5:45 to 6, 5:55. Now, this one was kind of long, 6:56, 6 to 6:30, 5:50 to
Or
6:15.
iPods or what?
I need to sign up with them.
They either like you and they're
I haven't
or
heard
they
more
just
than
like
an hour.
you and they disagree. But, you know, their meetings are not long, unless they're kind of contentious, and then it seems like they have less of a meeting with the BCA, so I don't know. I think that they could get it there, unless we change our time and give them 15 more minutes and start our meeting at 6:45, but,
No.
you know.
No.
That's coming up already.
I was just gonna
I'm
ask the
starving
thing,
now.
if we move the time, can we move to 6 o'clock instead of 6:30?
While we're at it, right?
While we're moving, let's
Yeah.
move.
Okay, so I've got moved to the third Tuesday, I've got backup planning and BZA, and see if they can start at 4:30. Okay. Option 3,
City Hall,
City Hall.
I like that one.
See, I'm good for something every now and then.
You done good.
Yeah, I would prefer City Hall over the county office building.
I would too.
Oh, thank you guys.
Their technology in that room is, they got 3 or 4 monitors. It's really set up
I
nice.
can't remember.
It's more comfortable, don't you?
They have our
It's
IT
brand
guy,
new.
that's why. They have our IT guy,
Yeah,
former IT
they
guy.
got a good idea going, yeah.
You're welcome.
Well, maybe we could reap some benefit.
All right, so I have 3 options. Do we have any other? I've got moving to the third Tuesday. I have 4:30 planning and BZA to start their meeting. Option 3, move to City Hall.
How about sending them a request, since they're going to meet next week, about whether they would consider meeting at 4:30? I mean, at least we're asking them, and they could say yes or no.
I will talk to them and see.
Because if that happens, then that may resolve our entire issue.
Kelly can come over here and smile and convince them.
I will come to the meeting and convince them, okay?
Better get it on the agenda.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
All right.
No, they have any other, like everybody else.
Could do in a public
Okay,
comment
I
section.
believe that's it that I have. So, under old business, Pat, you wanna give us an update on the draft
Yeah,
of
I'm
the
going
budget?
to speak pretty quickly with regards to the draft budget. It is going slowly, and the reason that it's going slowly is I'm using, Ms. Blair's format, which is what we get monthly. I think that's easy to understand. We go over it every month. However, Mr. Hill threw me a curveball by saying that I should put depreciation in there and for me to go look in the audit. And I just feel that if he's going to talk about depreciation, I went to speak with Ms. Blair to ask her, you know, in what context. Personally, I feel the auditor should be helping me, not, you know, being uncooperative. Especially when he says, look at the depreciation. Well, I went and I looked, and I think that we should be getting on an annual basis with our audits is a list of all the assets and a schedule of depreciation. So we know exactly what he wants in there and how we work it into the budget. So I feel that his lack of cooperation hasn't made me a happy trooper. But Ms. Blair is going to help, and she has asked the auditors to see what they think. But I still think Mr. Hill, since he prepares the audit, that he should be providing basic information that I need. And that's when I looked for his contract, and I couldn't find it at the county office building. So I believe that he's up for an RFP.
I will tell you from doing audits, in the past, it's always the facility that provides the asset and the depreciation to the auditor. So that's probably why he's put it back over here. I think that's something that they review. They probably total up that total depreciation and put it in the audit, but it's not something that they put in the audit.
Do you know who would provide the list of assets?
That should be the county or, Santec. Do y'all do a list of assets to them that you're aware of?
Not
It's
for the
probably
county
through-
property.
I don't think the county, no.
Okay. So,
Well, he said here, back in April 14, 2015, he said that he was going to provide, I guess because it was Ms. Brewster who asked. She asked for a schedule of assets, and he provided one. And he actually said that he provided a list of assets. I just don't know where it is because it's not in the
So,
public
yeah.
record, so.
Because we went through it and there were things on there
yeah, he had to get that from somewhere.
that were not
Yeah.
supposed to be on there.
There are a lot
That's
of
when I
things that
first
stayed,
came
you're
on
exactly
here.
right, that stayed on there
Right, so
that we didn't
some,
even have.
Yeah,
but someone has to have the list if we're depreciating it yearly. I mean,
And
he's
it
getting
wasn't-
it from
Did
somewhere.
Mr. Hill not provide that?
Well, he wouldn't have went to the facility and gotten.
No.
He had a list.
He
so-
had a
He
list,
gave
He
yes.
us
had a
list.
list.
And then we went back to him and said, hey, this doesn't look right, there's stuff that we don't have anymore.
because I asked about that list.
But he
I
had to
know,
get that
it's in the
somewhere.
minutes.
And he gave it to us,
He had to get that.
he
from
gave it
somewhere.
to us in the meeting.
I was
He
gonna say, it
gave
should
it
be in the
to
meeting
you at the
packet.
meeting. It's not in the public record.
Is it, Pat, did you check the meeting packet for that?
Yes, I looked, it's not there. That's why I went to him to ask him.
And when was that? On the date? I mean, when was the date said that, because I was the one that asked it. It was when I first got on.
It was April 14, 2015. Mr. Stewart made a motion to accept the audit subject to review and verification of the equipment list that you had asked for, remember? So there is a list, and he did get it somewhere. My question is, we need an up-to-date list. So,
But this would just be assets owned by this board, not,
yes,
not Republic, not Santec.
that's correct.
Say
So-
that date again.
2015.
April 14,
2015, you weren't on the board,
2015. And I truly believe
she
that we should be
was.
getting
was.
it
15?
on a yearly basis. Yeah, April 14,
Usually.
2015. It's been a long time. We should be getting something like this yearly. The other question that I have, I recall reading some minutes, Mr. Field, and you had suggested perhaps putting into a budget, because you've been working on a budget for a long time.
Well, Richard's been requesting it
Right,
almost
he's
every
been
year.
requesting it every year. But I recall that you thought about adding a line item for recycling and something else. Do you still think it's a good idea to include that in our budget so we have a program that deals with recycling?
So I guess the question, and it's a board kind of question, is if we're having a budget,
Right,
is
Should we
it
budget?
for our expenditures that the board controls, or is it for other expenditures that the county controls?
well, I don't know, that's, when you brought it up, I wasn't sure.
Recycling would be the county's expenditures.
Right, but part of our mission also is to reduce the waste by 25%. So we're also supposed to be talking to the community about doing that. So that is my question to you, Mr. Field, or anyone else, with regards to programs that we should be, either be engaged in or trying to get another group involved to meet that 25% waste reduction.
This is what the report that we have to do each year that shows our,
APR.
That's what the APR
yeah,
is.
the
APR.
APR, our
We meet it
recycling
every year.
purposes, and
Well,
we beat it every year.
Actually,
Actually,
Chris and I have been working on that too. I wouldn't been doing it in the capacity of solid waste here, but I'm doing the education program for the recycling. I was supposed to start so I could get into the schools this year.
Well, and that would be good because the kids
COVID
need to learn.
Kept us from getting into the
For
schools.
sake of a brand new budget, and in my opinion, if we were going to give money to a recycling program, even such as the county's recycling program, that would have to be voted on and put into a form of a motion here. I would say that for the first budget, that's probably just get the basic budget started first. And then if we saw a need arise, that's something we need to start putting money towards, through our next APR report, we could do so.
I know that one year you made the Solid Waste Commission voted to do something with recycling and they spent money.
yeah, I mean, we've spent money on supporting recycling at different times in the past, which
That's
were
what I
things that we voted on, but it hasn't been something that we've done routinely. But it's certainly something that the board could do, because it's part of our planning mission for the county. Again, supporting what you pointed out, Pat, as far as our waste reduction goals.
Yeah, I mean, we're supposed to be doing it anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, and so anyway, be thinking about any extra line items that we may want to add to the budget. Because like I said, I'm basically going with the format that Ms. Blair has provided. But I'm still trying to find out from Mr. Hill how he groups certain expenditures when it comes to the audit, because he will just combine them. And that's what I'm trying to get, is a list of those expenditures and how he groups them to make sure that we're covering everything. So anyway, Ms. Blair and I are working on that. With regards to the draft meeting minutes, I think I spoke about the TCA and also Santex's contract. They are required to do our minutes. And my concern is that when it comes to the meeting minutes, they are important, and we have had some problems of late. But like I said, I would personally like to get the meeting minutes in draft form and the packet electronically and in paper 5 days in advance, and we're going to need the cooperation of Santec. And if we go to the third Tuesday, would that give you ample time to get the draft minutes and also the packets to us electronically and paper-wise, so we can have it 5 days in advance?
I definitely think it would help. I will have to check with the other departments that help put this report together.
Okay, I'd appreciate that, because at some point I would like to make a motion to where it's set in stone, this is what we're going to do, and then we do it. but we need your cooperation and your assistance in doing this. So, any help that you can provide, I'd appreciate it. I think we all would appreciate it.
All right, anything else?
No, the
There-
only other thing that I'm gonna bring up is the elevation maps. I think Mr. Anklin is absolutely correct. We need large maps where we can see the elevation. And, we need to keep it in the public depository at the county office building.
And I did take that on, and I did tell him, when we got this one, I said, did I not say, Kevin, first thing came out of my mouth was, we need
Read
the
it into it.
large scale.
With
We
a
need
date
the-
on it, with a
Put the
date on it.
date on it and the large scale, we need a copy of it, so I took care of that one. So,
D-size drawing,
do what?
D-size drawing, 24
D
by
size.
36.
Should be
That will have
E,
the
should be
utility
E
limit.
size, Richard.
That's
The
E.
standard size is E size.
That's even bigger.
But that's what gets submitted to TDEC, and that's what engineers normally use, are the E size drawings.
Take the E-size.
Let's just go, I mean, yeah, let's just go with that.
You have to roll them up, that's all.
Well, if we can get maps that we can actually read, because we're always, it always gets back to the discussion about final grade and elevation. And it would be nice to see what we're talking
And we
about
got,
and where we are.
and we're trying to move in that direction.
So that is just my request. I think it's an important tool that would benefit.
Okay, and
Yes.
the next thing that I have is the questionnaire to the stakeholders. Steve was good enough to email me and send me the questionnaire. What I'm gonna ask you all to do is, this will give us a little time, bring it back next week, or next month, but to kind of look over the questionnaire. And I think what we want to see, or what we want to get, is information from our stakeholders that would guide us in helping on our 10-year plan. Where do they see us 10 years from now? And I think I made copies for everyone, hard copies, so that they could take these with them, take a look at it, maybe make some notes on it, and we can come back and discuss questions for this. If you think, I think the worst thing to get in a questionnaire is too many questions. You know, and I think that we look at it and see if we can use some of this to draw the questions that we think are important, you know. But I think that we should be able to have some questions there that they are such as there's some multiple choice questions, and then there's some fill in the blank questions. And I think that's a good mix to kind of give us an idea of where our stakeholders see us. So I'm giving you homework. Please make sure you have your homework turned in.
Will you be graded?
I'm skipping school.
Are you a skip?
I think my
Are
dog's
you
gonna eat
envisioning
it.
If you get
stakeholders
sick,
as
you're gonna be like,
councilmen?
I'm
What is your-
envision, yes, now, my vision was, for that 10-year plan too, is our stakeholders as our council people,
Not necessarily
that
the
we
public
would
at large.
submit the questionnaire to
Stakeholders.
our stakeholders.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think a bigger question for the board, and this is just something to think about, is especially if we're thinking about doing something different. You know, like selling the landfill as it had been suggested, or, you know, changing our mode.
Well, I think that's a question we need in there,
Yes.
is what you're saying.
Well, it should be there for the stakeholders, but it's really a question of should we have some kind of a public meeting where we invite the public to participate and to get some feedback about this process we're thinking about.
And that would be where, you know, But I think we need to start first looking at the types of questions we're gonna have
Yeah,
first, so.
She was a math teacher.
There you go.
Here, we don't think you were a math teacher.
I just grabbed them, and did like that. I did remedial. Alright. If there is nothing else, I will say we need a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion.
Second.
I got it, 9:00, we are adjourning. And just think,
Well, my restaurant shut down talking about it. Oh, well,
I told them,
We'll have to call Hardy.
I'll try to join.
Hardy's closes up. Everything closes up.
I told Tim at a certain time, if you didn't hear from me, you better go to the restaurant and get my dinner.
Did he get me some?
Represent.
I need dinner too.
I can hear everything I
agree strongly, agree.
Hard.
Disagree strongly.
Ty said he would check the calendar in the morning.
Undecided.
okay, hold this, the thing's gonna do now.
Y'all know.
She's asked.
So these questions were actually presented to two different boards, two different stakeholder feedback sessions. So the first one was done earlier. Gilbert was our attorney at the time, and the second session
probably a lot of the guys that
was done more recently.
the guys that are about, so we're from
So they're two different areas. So
Atlantic, block one.
That's on there.
Similar
I brought a few things.
place. That's our stakeholder.
Okay.
Okay.
So we ended up going to the land.
Again, he's asking us to look at these questions, we from our part, add track questions to be sent to the state.
Yeah, well, we never get away from waste, though, that's the way it is.
They recognize you up there.